And we're live. Excuse me. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We're continuing Sorin's journey through Endwalker. I say continuing, but this is... We're getting pretty close to the end. I actually think this... I'm going to wait if we're... This might be the penultimate stream. I might... If we actually travel to the new area before half past, I've decided I'm just going to continue on through Ultima Fool. And just... There's a certain point where I feel that that's a good ending point I want before the final stream. So it's quite possible we'll see the end of this week, which is a little sad. I enjoy Endwalker. Hello, Minnie. Welcome to the stream. So, we'd left off. The Scions and Sorin helping out more around Labyrinthos and Charlian. We finally earned the Forum's approval to meet with Hydaelyn. We descended into the Ethereal Sea. And we did meet with Hydaelyn. And killed her. No real way around that one. She gave us the last of her power and the ether of the Mother Crystal to make our journey to Meteion. Save Etheirys. Which is, well, the Locrits and Charlian are retrofitting the art. So all the Scions have to do now is wait and prepare. Your vegan Mexican food. Food sounds nice right about now. That out of the way. We left off, Sorin had just kind of been told, hey, the other Scions are around if you want to hang out. I think that's all that's going on. Oh, hold up. Change the client language back to English. I really do wish that was a character side update. Yustola? Arianji? Bankert? How are you all doing? Sorin, going to make our trio quartet, have you? Please, have a seat. We'll see about getting you a drink. If you don't mind.
Your business with Tataru was finished?
Oh, yes. New outfits and everything.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
I don't think we'd be here for starters. Get to sit at the grown-ups table.
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
I suppose that is a point. I think with the exception of Alize and Alphino, my canonic image for Sorin's age would probably have him as the youngest outside of the twins. I know in his original incarnation he was 17. I think I just kind of imagined him. He's at least an adult, but he's not particularly old for the Final Fantasy XIV version.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing.
Gra's like young at heart. Yeah. I think Gra's kind of somewhere, he's on both ends of the spectrum. Because he's young, but he's also over 100 years old now. It's hard to quite say what age he is.
Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ooh, it's even waiting for us
Ultima
out there.
Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Run for everything else that's faced us so far. This will be no different.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone.
That's right. First mission is a Scion.
We've both changed much since then, have we not?
Don't argue if you dare.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Scions all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though. In uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out.
You talking about?
After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a Scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change.
Is this Sion's final mission?
Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Or
What of you, Hydaelyn? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
no small task that.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
We know we're still waiting.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you.
Please don't.
And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
After this,
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
thank you.
Well, shall we make a toast?
Oh, sorry, I'm getting to skip out on the question.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
I'll drink to that. Yeah, Urianger does look a lot friendlier at this point in the game compared to AR and Heavensward. Yeah, he's similar age to Moonbreeder, isn't he? Like they're very similar age. It's just that Urianger kind of stuck his head in reading like Shakespearean books and something like. Well, in fact. Yisrael and Thancred were at least still active Scions back before the Calamity, weren't they? I don't remember if I've seen Urianger in any 1.0 content. I definitely know Y'shtola and Thancred were there. Yeah, saying goes. Yeah, I think doubly so if that woman is Y'shtola. A resident avatar of destruction. Leaving so soon. I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well. If you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, and that is all that matters. I say, Sorin, whence came this simulacrum that standeth beside thee? Urianger, I think I see falsely. But Y'shtola and Thancred, but moments ago, employed the self-same doubling magic. Alright then, keep thy secrets. You can always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective. Pity mine takes a perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I give as good as I get. I know I'd fare better with the occasional assist from a consummate nodder. But it's all in good fun. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's free Slurpee at 7-Eleven stores. Slurpee... What? Are Slurpees like slushies? No, don't have me. But you guys said there were some that waiting at Nomenon, didn't they? Yeah, like, oh, okay, so. I've never been particularly fond of slushies. I used to like, there was McDonald's, I don't know if McDonald's still do it, but they did like a strawberry lemonade slushie. It was really nice. But it was, I always found it funny because I kind of bought it. I started enjoying it during the winter, and it was cold enough that while I was drinking it, it would actually freeze more, to the point where it would become undrinkable. Is that Alize? Raha? I disturb them, or maybe I should... You try speaking with Alize, but she is fast asleep. I have an improvised weapon if I can beat someone with a slushy. Maybe I should just let them rest. To just enjoy a bit of quiet.
Oh.
Well.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
Think so?
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Will.
This feels familiar.
Good morning.
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Quite soundly.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Of course.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
I might have been singled out.
Oh.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Ojika said, Alize. No, I can't. I can't be honest. Just thought I'd get a little peace and quiet. It is nicer to have ice cream where you don't have to worry about it melting too quickly. Synchronized head till the end. They don't believe Sorin. I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next... I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training. Not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Alize... You started doing that? Oh, did you do that, Till as well? That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I've actually just come from the last stand. I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. You picked up an L. If nothing else, these two seem to be in good spirits. Still, I'll see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ears. I was about to make some call. Krile, can you reach their ears? Especially Graz, they're on the top of his head. I know he's not exactly the tallest person. I wonder where Alphino is. Anyone else I haven't said? I suppose Astinion's probably around somewhere, but also knowing Astinion, I hardly expect he's probably happy by himself. Never answered the question about what I plan to do after this. Oh, let's consider pretty happy as is. Being with everyone. If it's the end of the Scions, it's not the end of us. Is Dinian? What? Surely this isn't the first time you've seen me without my armor. No, but it's not usual to see you without it.
Oh. What brings you here?
Just wandering around. Seeing how everyone's doing.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil.
I wouldn't put it quite like that.
All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Astinion, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Ah.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
You can face down great worms. Can't meet the parents.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait!
No.
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Which one's Sorin's? Oh, I guess this one. We're saying thank you. I'd say how much I owe both of you as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Sure we will. Together. All that remains is to return to the Annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphino has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his too. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Charlian after making their livers. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? I saw Cory Boulder and Boltonay down at the docks. Not noticed too many others. I'll see you both back at the Annex. Yeah, I think it's one of the things that that really did help Heavensward be good. Was Heavensward did cut away a lot of the Scions. Because it's just a Warrior of Light, Alphino and Tataru. It really helps focus on the character development of those characters. I feel that's one thing that definitely, compared to other expansions, makes Heavensward feel different, I feel. It's as much Alphino's story as it is the story of the Dragonsong War. It'd be kind of nice to see, like later expansions maybe do that a bit more. Like, I know all the characters have had kind of like bits of character development and they've had little arcs that kind of where they were more prominent, but it'd be nice to see expansions kind of go through the Scions in the same way that Heavensward kind of focused on Alphino. And I suppose Asinian as well in Heavensward. Like a whole expansion where you're working with Y'shtola to figure out a way to travel between reflections. I suppose Shadowbringers kind of was a little bit like that for Graha, I suppose. It depends on, I suppose it depends on how much you differentiate the Exarch and There was just receptionist and Alfie was... Yeah, that's... I think that's one of the things though as well that makes Alphino one of the more... I suppose one of the easier characters to focus on is because he... Yeah, in Realm Reborn. It's because Alphino starts... Alphino starts with a lot of room for improvement. Whereas the other characters don't have as much like glaring flaws that they can work through, if that makes sense. Like none of them are perfect, but like Alphino very clearly, like they were fitting. He had to become a better person. Is why I think it helps that he's so he's pretty unlikable throughout A Realm Reborn. It makes his growth that much easier to see and process. Welcome back, Sorin. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume? You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. I'm sure I will. Thank you, Ojika. You think you do, but you don't. Alphino channeling his blizzard. At the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. Ow.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Did Alice strike a nerve?
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning. Alright.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
This is really it.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
I swear it.
Let us be off then.
All right.
Wait!
Guitar?
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
All right. I'll keep an eye on everyone. Maybe we can't. She realizes this, Mooney. Who knows? Like, as we speak, like this might be like when she's beginning, like she's focusing on that, trying to become good enough. I think it takes a moment to get good enough to just join the Scions on the front line. It was interesting going through A Realm Reborn in character and finding that there were different moments that kind of it changes your opinion a bit. Because I still recall the Company of Heroes during the banquet. I found that when I was doing it as Sorin, it felt much less tedious. They should recruit this idiot. Got her during the war and tried to kidnap and Stormblood and not much. At least she does. We know she does realize that she needs to become a little more capable of defending herself. Strong arm. I suppose this is where we part ways. For now, at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Gale of Baldessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the Sea of Stars. Right. Closing. I didn't unlock the flying here, did I? No, I didn't. Trial ends up getting hurt or kidnapped again in Doctrine. Give her a break. She's new to this active adventuring bit. There we go. Joey gets hurt, but it was basically I mean, sometimes Ystola's getting hurt tends to be nearly dying. Because there was the teleporting herself at the end of A Realm Reborn. There was getting nearly murdered by Xenos at the beginning of Stormblood. What's that? Nidana? Everyone. Alpha? Alpha appears to be trying to cheer you on. Man is said to fear what he does not know. Yet you would venture unto the greatest of unknowns. I say to you, son of man, that you need not fear. So long as man shares a bond with dragonkind, so too does he share our kinship with the heavens, and our ancient home amidst the stars infinite. I pray you go forth, and prove this bond of ours, tempered and tested, shall endure unbroken for 1,000,000 years. Yeah, I think, isn't that the whole thing, like the first time Y'shtola teleported, that she was in there for so long, like she was in the Aether stream for so long, that if she'd been there much longer, like she would have been irretrievable? First the great exodus, now this. Seems there's no end to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that their earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them that the new plan was for the best, I can tell you that. I can't tell you every man believes this is the wisest choice. But I can say that all will be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you won't get the earful I certainly will. We'll succeed. It's troubling enough that brute Sicard left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers. That he failed to be present to send you off is absurd. What could possibly be more deserving of his attention at a time like this? Alternate? It's no easy thing to say, leave the star to us. But we must, and we will. As proud members of the Scions, we have a duty to uphold. And we needn't do so alone. Those dark days when we were driven from the rising stones and hunted as traitors are a thing of the past. We have allies in abundance now. Which is to say, you needn't worry about us. Go forth in the knowledge the Scions will labor without rest in your absence. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say she's blind. Her sight has been altered so that she sees ether rather than light, I suppose. I imagine it's kind of the same, like all the visors the Scions use early on in A Realm Reborn. I imagine it's kind of she sees through one of those permanently. Mr. Skryl tells me your investigation into my fears on Akasha, and its relation to the final days, has made clear the source of our woes. I am elated to know that my work was of some benefit, but I could not have shared it had you not rescued me from the tower that day. I yet owe you a great debt, one I may never fully repay, but I shall try nonetheless. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see you succeed, which I believe may influence the Akasha in our favour, small though the effect may be. Yet, so long as we have hope, there's a chance we may influence the outcome of this calamity. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, they did bring it up, that it's kind of a... Yeah, Master Meteion brought it up. It has been... That was during the Heavensward patch quest, so it's been all of Stormblood in the patches, all of Shadowbringers in the patches, all of Endwalker in the patches. So unless something comes up in Dawn Trail, that's 3 full expansions that there's been no counter to. But I suppose that's maybe something that we'll start seeing a bit more of, is because I'm hoping the large-scale stakes will be decreasing. Like, kind of, we've hit the universes at risk. Level. And I'm hoping future expansions might focus a bit more on personal stakes. Like, it's not about saving the world, it's about kind of helping one of your friends. Ori? Our fellow Scions couldn't be here. They wanted me to tell you that, no matter what calamity may befall us, they will never give up. Neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we'll be with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and endure. We were quite fortunate the Loprid's hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those of Etheirology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might well have been impossible otherwise. We may have Sharlayan's wealth of knowledge at our disposal. Theirs is a technology far beyond anything we have ever studied. You are familiar with teleportation magics, yes? The momentary conversion of the body into ether, that it may travel via the life stream from one physical point to another. Their hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method, but not one involving the life stream. Rather, it utilizes highly condensed ether to create an ethereal current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones to which we are accustomed. So much so, in fact, that ethereal conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for traversal. If you are concerned about side effects such as ethereal sickness, You needn't be. You should emerge at your destination hale and whole. In theory, at the very least. I can assure you it is safer than the experimental Etheirites you used to reach Razatan. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure Thancred and Urianji are as well. You're in no condition to fight Meteion arriving with fever sickness like that. Moonbreeder has been on my mind more often of late. How different her life might have been if not for our research into teleportation magics. Perhaps she would never have gained an interest in Etheirological studies. But to abandon our work out of misplaced guilt for who she could have been would be a disservice to the memory of who she was. Nay, it was because of her that we found a resolve to carry on. And now we stand at the edge of a new frontier, with a ship ready to bear you onto the distant stars and beyond. This arc is as much her accomplishment as it is ours. I regret nothing. Got to talk to everyone here. So, this is the ship that will bear us onto Ultima Thule. Do I talk to you all afterwards? That even Wilfson and Bloomweed should be in attendance is most unexpected. I am nonetheless heartened by their presence. It sounds sophisticated, just like me. I kind of wish I could have done that, but it's not in character for Sorin. So many to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well. This is the pinnacle of Etherochemistry. The synthesis of modern innovation, the ancient wisdom of Ally. The Ark's engine appears to be capable of processing condensed ether in quantities I never thought possible. I wasn't expecting quite so many people to be seeing us off. They said work on the Ark is finished, but you certainly wouldn't know it by looking at it. I don't think I know enough about starships to comment on that. Let us hear what Fiverr has to say. Sorry. Alphino, get on with it. Stop delaying the story. Terry sees him. Madeline and Arturel as honorary brothers. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's the difference. Ceri sees herself as an elder sibling, where Sorin would be much more quick to think of himself as a little brother. Quite the turnout, wouldn't you say? And again, who wouldn't want to be present for a once-in-a-lifetime event? Livingway? The Ark is missing one last but very crucial component before you're ready to take off. It should be arriving shortly. I'll trust that this is... It's something that is okay being left to the last moment. Final Fantasy theme.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Oh, no, I'm well aware Ceri enjoys teasing people. Didn't Livingway mention that there was still a...
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
Even if it gets her in trouble. Yep.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
See, I don't think Sid can take any credit for it looking good, because he wasn't... It looked like that before he got involved.
I don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with
Underwater.
the idea of starfaring vessels.
Yeah, oh no. Yeah.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
I'll be sure to take notes for you.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Cigar? Those are all...
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
I'm figuring... Boy. Crystals and... You mean...
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Scions conceived of summoning as we know it, a derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
We're using primals as
Am I
fuel?
the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Scions incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
I did enjoy this scene quite a bit as with my main character because I'd completed all the tribal quests. So my main character
you lot
had
were heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
spent a lot of time helping out each of them.
Lead the way.
Sorin is pretty much just got around the board.
May we have a moment?
Excuse me? Of course.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
What? A tombstone?
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem.
Right.
Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them.
An escape hatch. Right.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Thank you. We will.
All is well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Right. The stars. Are you in charge of... If you would come this way, I'll direct you to the bridge. It's time. This is...
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
I'm as prepared as I can ever be.
Right then. Make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
I'm not even going to pretend to understand what any of this is.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Ragnarok could really do with some seats and
Star's got more fire in its
harnesses and stuff.
Try it again, with feeling.
I don't... Yeah, I think Sorin would hand it over to Alphino. Alphino? Remember when we retrieved the...
But I...
Just like when we took back the Enterprise.
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
You've earned it.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage. Engage! Engage!
Spaceship. That's a little callback to the 1.0 trailer, isn't it? The good king.
Ah! That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Gettysburg.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
We go. We're really traveling the stars right now?
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within protected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
8 carats?
Alright! Let's go over some points of caution.
Right.
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway.
Right. So how do we...
From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
Right.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any.
What if there isn't ground?
But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours.
Right. Gotta remember those.
Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Right. Right. Are there no chairs or railings we can brace against?
What is this?
Is everything okay?
Something is interfering with the equipment.
This is... I don't know what this is, but it's bad, right?
Greetings.
That's... Meteion. How is she... She came to us?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
This is... Meteion.
So this is Meteion.
sisters. I don't remember meeting you myself, but I do know that you're from Etheirys. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
I don't want those ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial. And in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
Ragnarok. This is...
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end. Where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
Grit, what are you? You can't. Alone. What? Is everyone okay? Wait.
By the Fury.
Where?
Thancred?
Where is he?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
What? I thought you said there was nothing.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
I hope that's what's happened.
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
This is...
So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Music.
Is this a dead star?
I don't know.
As I live and breathe. I live and breathe! Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
That's something.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Right. Is... something about this feels familiar. There's a dizzying, disorientating feeling about this place. As if I could lose my footing at any moment. I must be careful. I wondered if Estinian had any particular comments to this area. I can't guarantee it'll be of any help. It'll be of help in these strange surrounds. I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Thank you, Living Way. We're fortunate that this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. No Thancred's used to working alone. Did he really have come up with his own? Recently, I saw before I lost consciousness. Those dragons and structures. Why are there... why are there dragons here? This environment We arrived at Midgardsormr's star? Parts of this remind me of... Oh, okay, they're aggressive. Why is Scott not chaining to Holy Spirit? This does remind me of what Omega showed me when he made us fight Midgardsormr. Alphino? Ruins? But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. I'll have a look. This is... I don't quite tell what it used to be, but it's... What is this? Look here. This part is relatively intact. The intricate design at the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Right. There's something familiar about it. I'm going to go and investigate outside. Maybe from up here I can get a better Estinian? I wonder if he knows anything about it. Dragons here. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. Her decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. What I can tell, you're near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. It's hard to make out much here. No. I won't be able to figure out much. Were you able to find anything? Nothing conclusive, just... as I feared. And still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see. Which, unfortunately, isn't very far. I could have sworn the early fog in Ultima Thule was bigger than it is at the moment. I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Was something when I had to fight one of those dragons. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. You don't see it? What? There's no one else? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we were in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. Right. Let's... Sorin, a word before we join the others. You see... I just... me. I hope Estinian sees something. Something over there. Like a dragon, if I can avoid it. Estinian? You see them too, don't you? The dragons. I do. I'm not alone. As I thought. My presence is tenuous at best, and there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard, Sorin, and mine of Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. These apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Etheirys? No. Better leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Couldn't be. An Etheirys? It's certainly not like any I've seen before, but... Dragons.
Dragons? Here?
You can see these ones?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was.
Meteion.
A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
This is... a memory of... Midgardsorm's world?
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
That's right.
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
Do you mean...
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed.
My goodness.
Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
Banquet.
Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
This is... Banquet, make this by...
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Estinian!
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
We have to.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Right.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
For Banquet. Soul without body. A form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true. I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Oriange? Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it. And ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estinian, Sorin, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Right. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation. So please, be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Right. Hopefully, these ones look different to the others. Maybe they're not quite as aggressive. Excuse me. A visitor, not of the star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. how we would adore thee. Alas, with time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade. So we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Wait, what? The end? Hello. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before day came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. Is that Omega? A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now were the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Is this really deep? It isn't Etheirys. If it's helpful, but sorry to bother you. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, not speak, nor roar. Only watch, and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. Estinian? Are these eggs? They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes, and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Etheirys. Midgardstormer's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Creature said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Right. It's a dragonet. Doesn't even look like it hatched. This doesn't look normal. Yes. Clifton. This one looks like maybe. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonet was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here. Or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start for the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Right. Is that... What is that? It's... almost... What? Are you okay? The boisterous howling have been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. I found the dragonet. But... I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnoln are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild. A futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. That's what happened. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons invited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait! You claim your kind is doomed. There's another star. Don't think there. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. Sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't a time for such faults. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. This is what Sora was running from? This entire world just... Dragons do live on. Maybe if we can convince the ones here. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? Depends on how you would define meaningful. I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Sorin. Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to Ragnarok, and asked the Lopritz to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. But I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteion's, but the dragons that holds us here. They tire of conflict, and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island, to advance. So, a sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. You sure? Meteion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded, if not for Thancred's determination. She concluded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. How do we... Was Ultima Thule's architect Meteion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I mark no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others. And thus there remain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better. It's worth a try. Then I shall guide thee. All End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Stinian? As close to dragons as he's been, I suppose this maybe seeing, hearing all this maybe affects him more than the others. Hey Mooney, welcome back. Yeah, I kind of figured work had caught up with you. the edge. Is this the one?
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Justinian? Oh.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye. Our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are still, the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives are cursed as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet, upon thee I do smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
What? What is... Estinian?
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished. Crimson stained. Our misery. Our shame. Too much to bear. Release us. From war. From life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion ocean that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Estinian? Where?
No! Not Estinian too!
Breeze? What is... the fog?
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us.
Estinian?
Sacrificed himself to remake this place. Like Thancred did.
Why?
Oh, Alphino.
Wasn't how we're supposed to...
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Right. Estinian. Good. We have to end this. Any mounts feel more appropriate for a fool? I don't think I do. Sightseeing long. Not now. This is... Look there. The wind. This is Estinian's doing. I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Alright. You Estinian. Won't let this go to waste. Huh? This is... another island. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other Scions should arrive before long. No. He did it. He found a way forward for us. He did. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here. Why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair. And we mustn't either. Alizé is right. We must press on. For their sake. We must. Yeah, the music progression is really good. It gets whispers in it. How is it? Whispers of an echo echoes into this. Have I forgotten the name of it anymore? I really shouldn't have forgotten the name of the track. As Shistrola and Alize said, we must continue. Noticed a change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Is that a structure? It doesn't look natural. What are... Is this writing? Alize, do you see anything? Sand. Sand everywhere. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script have been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. No. Excuse me. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserved their knowledge in song and eschewed a written word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race. One we have yet to encounter. Meteion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? Oh, those... I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance. But its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning, there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Right. Certainly some kind of structure. What are tools? Hello? Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Right. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkoj. Yes, Kofkodge of the ear. Kofkodge. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I would have said it earlier if it wasn't for... I get you're busy at work, Minnie. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ia are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,185,827. That's a lot of questions. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavoured to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. You want to... dragons? Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. It is a little... yeah, it's a little murdery. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Right. This way, they pointed out. Off Podge. I have to remember that. Is that a... Is that the abode? What white structures I was expecting to see? There's the others. Stola? Do you see anything here? I should not be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours. And yet, it certainly is. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline structures hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable, given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the hours are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Just think at them? Right. I'll give it a try. Is that an Etheirys? Never odd looking one. Right, in my head. Hello? No one home, maybe? Or am I doing it wrong? Hello? Is there anyone there? You wish to speak? Very well. Pray, a moment, if you would. Right. I guess I'll wait. I don't know if I'll have any reason to return here, but can't hurt to attune. Excuse me. Sorry to disturb you. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? They choose their forms as they... I understand a lot of this. Strange moaning comes and goes, soon fades into silence. Don't know about that one. None of them actually really talked. Off Podge? Your friend, your fellow compeers, you called them? Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? Maybe? I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated for now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some of you did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Right. Oh, you gotta get your stream set up, sticky notes. How did everyone else fare? I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ea have awakened. There they are. Hello. May I introduce you to Lalak, Dudek, and Nenedge. Hello there. It has been too long, Kofkoj. I dare say Saturn 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Oh, should I be using the same voice for all of them? I'm the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking. Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and a divergent stay afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kofkoj, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travellers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. What's this? Ah, yes. So long has it been, it completely escaped my mind. And still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Why do they keep doing that? Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nenedge. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, I see no reason to decline. Thank you. We'll, take you up on that. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. Pure ether? That's... edible? This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Right. Stand in a circle, I guess. Surprised it's non-conscious. Yeah, maybe. It's just that I kind of spot the ear kind of like directly create their bodies. So it's something they choose to create their bodies to need to do if that's the case. Which is kind of like, why? You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Is something supposed to happen? You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the Ea's homeworld, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, the very truth of their existence. Much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarok. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that this is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. Right. A Void Send would appreciate some sweet, sweet ether. They would indeed. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? We would, eat and drink. Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. You think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as the land, to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. The laws of... We sought to discover how the universe came into being, and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. Imagine getting rid of sleep. Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up eating and drinking, but I could give up sleep. That would be nice. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? I feel my image of how the Ea or sound is leaning more and more towards Guilty Spark from Halo. We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegea. Yeshua? Fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. guess it's time to learn. Ere we joined Ea, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Sorin, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? Of course. But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode. If you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are planning, Urianger. I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Mr. Weber, astromagnetic storms. Just saw the weather change. Right. What is... He's way off to the other side of the island. What did Urianger want? Where is he going as well? Urianger? Is there something the matter? Aye. This place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. Urianger? What's on your mind? You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, that they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? I hadn't thought of that. I'm not sure I know the answer to that one, Urianger. Do you have any insights? Wait, what if Meteion visited the dragons and Ea while they still lived? If so, she could have made their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than had she relied on any historical account. That might be the case. Meteion's report did seem to imply there were some worlds she went to that did still have life on them. At least at first. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how these two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy, intrinsic to her nature as an Endwalker. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence. Right. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteion did unleash Dynamis, and ushered the dragons and the Ea unto their doom. Meteion killed them? Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find a way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, who is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? You mean Meteion herself? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. Ryanje. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favour, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet, even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go to join our comrades. Right. He's not planning to... Bruh. Let us be off too. To Eligea. Right. Save a bit of time on walking. There's everyone. Sorry to keep you all waiting. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Denet 3.
Meteion did bring the final days to overworlds.
As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, We will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age.
That whole universe?
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it.
You sure?
Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Hydaelyn, no! You mustn't!
Wait, she's playing.
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
You stole her?
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it.
There is?
Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Right, Azim's crystal.
But you mustn't, for it
Why?
would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
Why would you?
We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
You're asking me to... Knowing that I could...
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
Meteion.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on. And we will find you!
There. That's where you'll find me.
There?
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew.
Like the Ethereal Sea.
True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Etheirys. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can. Before your friends' emotions fade away. Along with their protection.
That's where Meteion is. So few. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. I'm fine, sir. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Let's see. Grah? Are you all ready to continue on? You have to be. Then let us make for where that light shone. Hydaelyn and Ryonji have opened the way for us. That's not an A rank. I've been bothered before by doing main story quests and having an A or an S rank. I think probably mostly A ranks. Just in the way. Some manner of AI device. If our friends awakened it, it should be safe to use. Trust Ryonji and Hydaelyn. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from this arcane pattern. This is a portal, no mistake. Let us see where it leads. I'll go first. This is Omega? This is definitely I saw before. In the telescape. This was another world that Meteion... Seems to be the area clear for now. Omega's world. You made it. Amazing. Yet another civilization. I recognize this one. And attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land. See how far we can go. I'll help Alphen over that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Right. Apart from hostile beings, take care of your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finished exploring. Be careful, you two. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there. The sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they'll most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. Right. Let's see if I can spot any. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Also, I know it's because it's a game mechanic, but it's kind of just occurred to me that these are... Hello, 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 hello. Should there be ether currents in Ultima Thule? Like, would there be currents of ether in a realm entirely formed of dynamis? Those ones... their talking seemed a little different. Is that another Etheirys? If it is, then maybe this is somewhere that's more... we can communicate more. Maybe there were Etheirys on their world? Yeah, well, there probably were. I'm just thinking that the ether currents in Ultima Thule... It would have been a neat touch if they were like if they just like recolored them and just called them dynamis currents. Look, Sorin, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to this planet. Beep boo. The planet... what? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Bankrupt made the air breathable, so... yeah, possibly. It's just that still everything else is made of dynamis. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. War? Don't remember if you find a current before. I suppose Estinian, maybe. I'm just thinking, like, because even then, like, what Thancred does and what Estinian does is they manipulate Dynamis, not Ether, because there's no Ether. I'm kind of just assuming they're just Ether currents because that's the mechanic. It would be awkward to change it just for one thing to Dynamis currents. It might confuse some people or something. It was just a little... This is just me rambling. Don't mind me. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Right. A little frightening, these Omicrons. But at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. I will try. So it isn't Ephraite. Hello. Beep boop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Right. Sir? Sir who? Excuse me. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest, require combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. So these are the creators of Omega. That's why they just abandoned Dragon's homeworld? Hello. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces at the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. So, it sounds like this Sir is maybe someone worth finding? You learned a few things. So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Of course. What's on your mind? Ah, there you are. Alzey, Alphino? We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There are portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. But what of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? A couple of people, I guess. They call themselves Omicrons. So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. That seems to be it. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianji's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Rianti said this? But during our investigation, before we joined you in Elegea. Right. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and Ea longed for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. Right, so... in order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron of whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. Right. That's a start. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? I was thinking this Sir's our best bet as well. Someone in charge might have a bigger picture of what was going on. So, the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our steps as we make our way. Okay. Be careful. That device there, maybe? That's where Graha and the others are. Sorry, Delta, I have... No, I can't go this way. Excuse me. I'm here to ignore you. Ooh, 2 of the 4 ether currents are on the Omicron section. Maybe there is none in the Dragons area. Is this the device? The glow would suggest it is still operational, but how are we to interact with it? Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken. Activate. Password. Well, I tried. I'll say. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? I can have a look. Only if Sid was here. You try touching, smacking, and tuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. There must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
This can't be the end.
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons.
Right.
As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
I remember.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices.
Right.
So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Not too reckless, you hear. Does Sorin still have the Omega Jam? Should have used nuclear energy. Wait, give me one. I think I might still have the Omega Jammer.
Wait, you still have it? Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited.
Right. I forgot this isn't actually the...
Never mind.
Ignore me.
An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Just give Graha a little moment to fanboy. Something's happening.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir.
This is... Sir?
Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait!
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
What do we ask?
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
Right.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
That felt unhelpful.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them.
Right.
I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
See if there's any acting unusually. Right. Let us focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied... As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Right. Of course, it's where the deltas are. I'd rather avoid having to fight. Of course, they have the 360 vision. Avoided that one at least. Yes, yes, I see your rail cannon. Are you done? Thank you. This is a good spot to look out on. And here we are. I see the twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let us begin observing the Omicrons. They're supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. Right. Is that... Why is there an ambystoma here? Unimportant. That... What is that one doing? Certainly seems to be busy. Graha? I think I see one there that's just zooming about. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? It was... over there. Aha! I see it. Do we go and introduce ourselves? It's left a base. Let's follow it. I guess so. Raha? Is that one of the teleporters that Noanalise found? It's not here. It definitely came this way. It must have used a portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Let's have a look. Machines. What is... Excuse me, I'm going to try and ignore you. Oh, looks like it could be... Excuse me. Is a living tree? I can't tell if it's artificial or... Right, the Omicron. Excuse me. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. Right. You're keeping it alive? But to go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. This one's different. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunction Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. Which means it could have emotions. I believe this bears further investigation. Right. Guess we need to track him down again. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Sorin. One day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course you would. There are stories about me, why wouldn't you be part of it? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we'd best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Right. Hello. Oh, I forgot to read. Returning to the others and telling them about the Omicron. A quick teleport. I can afford the 100 gil. Says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good. The units here were of no help. You all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit. That there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. I think we did. Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life? None of the efforts are even a fraction as philosophical. The unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sur. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sur, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sur, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. So, what to do? I have an idea. Alice? You do? We use lightning on the console again. But we make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest it has a connection to Sur. Right. An inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Sorin, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. Right. You can do that. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off toward the console. I first assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. All right. Alphino and I will stand by the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. Well, Graha? This will work. I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. Right. Gridden Estinian. Stolen Arianche. So much has been given already. Can't let it stop us now. Hello again. I won't interrupt. You were the one that was observing the tree, are you not? I feel glad I am to find you again. I have a question, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Graha has begun distracting the Omicron, and soon Alice will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior after Alice has cast her spell. Alize. What is... that was... I don't think Graha needed me to notice that. Excuse me, are you... No, no, we're going straight to... An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. No, we will not. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there. I was right.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star.
Then...
But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal?
What?
To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
That's...
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power, but we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
Ah.
They went that far.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them...
Don't tell me to...
I want you to make me a promise.
Of course.
Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
Anything. Of course.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
It's a promise.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self, and each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me me.
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
Crystalline path. It's paved it for us. Looks like the stream's going to go on a bit later than it's already gone on later than I anticipated, but I know exactly where I'm ending this one. We all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. What do you think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick. That'll be just a start. Say, fools. All of them. Fools. Crystalline path. Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. Appears to be near the outpost. Right. Say. I think Graha wanted the sacrifice. At the time, it was just the best answer they had. This wasn't working before. I won't let it break me. Don't you worry. I never have and I never will. Look, Sorin. A portal has opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. There's no one I can count on. Thank you, girl. Look up, Sorin. As though the stars have been devoured by the dead sun. And that's where we're headed. Into the maw of darkness. Well, here is where the path begins. It ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Let's go. Yep. The full music. Tancred would scout the road ahead. Stola and Hydaelyn would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alize about the mission. Stinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you were needed. Together we would travel. We will. It's not over yet. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat, and it's so much quieter now. The fact we can breathe and continue on is proof the others are still with us. They are. Aren't they? I couldn't give up now. Innumerable lights that shine into distance. I think they all could have birthed civilizations. I think everything they built has come to dust. Their peoples lost to despair. The stars floating in this sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alize beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if they're also worlds recreated in their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe. And a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death. Whence we came, and whence we'll return. A wheel from which there is no escape. This. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far. much farther than would have been possible if we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration. We have learned and grown from them. Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive, go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. That would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it... No. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. That's it. You doing okay, Alphino? Rest assured, I'm fine. But thank you for your concern. What of yourself? We can't afford to be too leisurely. Neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now. And we're but a few steps away from journey's end. We'll be over before we know it. Say? Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us. For everyone. While we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Thank you. There's something up ahead. Structures. This is another. World of walls. Well, this is it. The end of the path, the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we achieved, and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for. Dying for. As dated. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, don't forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it. It's just, after all the help you've given me. Once, I want to be the one to help you. I'll say, you've both already helped me more than you know. Get through this. This is... Where's... I don't recognize this at all. This is almost... Looking at it, it's a bit more... normal, if that's the right word. Normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Cafe at the edge of the universe. Yep. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong, on both counts. There's simply no one here. Meteion. No one's here? This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None lived to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. I haven't come this far to turn back now. After everything everyone gave. If no one is here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Yet Meteion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? We'll find our answer. Whatever Meteion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We'll need to have a look around. Indeed. At the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take long to cover the area. Right. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades. They cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. I'll find a way. You always have. Hello? Is anyone... This is... cups? Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. This is... something like a tree. The object resembles a tree, and it appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose fuse sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity, until it was not. Is there really nothing here? Silence is... In the distance, you glimpse Alizé picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. Is there anyone out there? Anyone? Your call echoes faintly, before being swallowed by the silence. Alizé? Have you found anything? I'm trying to see if there are ways to reach nearby isles, just in case Meteion was bluffing. Doesn't look like there is. Silence is deafening. Is this? Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. No sign of anyone. Alpha knows right. But if there's no one here, then whose emotion is? There has to be something we're missing. Sorin, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. Right. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? It really is dead. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned. Right. Not exactly money. I just had in mind where I wanted to end this stream, and I'm set on it. And it is nothing more than me being extra. Alphino? Are you okay?
Did you find anything?
Depends on what you mean by anything.
No, this place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary.
There has to be some...
There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air.
What happened?
I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
No?
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out.
You have?
Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin.
There is?
And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
You don't mean... No. Not you two. If someone's going, it's me this time.
I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Etheirys, and for myself.
I can't...
I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain.
No.
You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time.
Alone?
As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing?
I'll say...
It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end.
You too.
This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on.
I do.
Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Really?
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here.
Meteion herself.
You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you, overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars. Some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead.
Jeez.
Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Etheirys has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, You're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
Listen.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Alphino! Halsey! Please! Is there no other way?
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
I don't know if I can do this alone. Earlier, in Old Charlatan.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Kryl? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
In a city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. So, sorrow of a thousand worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk it.
we